sauce is always present in any of our meals. So that's I will say alambre is my favorite meal.
I love tacos. You know, marrying a Mexican is just like tacos your second love. I love it because you get to try different meat. You don't have to just eat all chicken, all beef, you know, or steak. You can mix and match. I also like the quesadilla because I'm a cheese lover, so that comes with cheese. So those are my two favorites. This guy is a hard worker. Everything started during COVID. You know, he stopped working somewhere else where he was because of COVID going on, and it was just me working. And this guy said, "Okay, we have to do something. People have to eat." So we started bringing our trailer. It was a small trailer how we started, and he started calling and emailing and just asking neighborhoods and people just to let us bring our little trailer to serve our food. And that's how we started, and he was very pushy. He didn't give up. He was, you know, I love it that he was almost begging people to let us just try our food, just try our food. And now, you know, we get the emails, we get the calls, we get all of the text messages, come to our place, come bring your food. So it was his hard work that paid off. Our daughter was cutting lemons, I was taking orders. You know, it was fun and different. She got to learn a lot about our food. And also it was fun to work. You know, there were places where it was just him, me, and Mariana taking orders. That's our daughter, Mariana.
Yeah, well, we started with the trailer. It was basically we stick to one serving per day because it was so hard to travel to one location, and the trailer has very limited capacity. So double servings was really difficult to do. So after 2 years, we had the opportunity to get us the big bro. That's what we call the big bro. And this truck allows to just move our business to the next level. Being able to serve 2, maybe sometimes 3 servings in a day, and growing from a family business to a business with right now we currently have 6 full-time members and 4 part-time members. So it's been fun. Obviously, as every business has hard times. Trucks break in, equipment on the trucks break in, so you need to figure it out how to fix it without moving your schedule too much. But we're growing. We now have two big units and maybe more in the future. We enjoy seeing people really liking our food. We enjoy going to different places. We feed schools, festivals, companies. We're going to parks. So just being able to travel to different cities, different events, it's good. It's fun most of the times. And as I said, just watching the people saying, "I love your food, please come back." Yeah. We love that. That's the fuel to keep showing up next day with a smile on our faces.
Yes.
Our website is www.tacobrosfoodtruck.com. Our telephone number, our taco line actually, that's what we call, is 336-777-6292. We try to answer most of the times, but a lot of times we're super busy taking care of it here, so leave us a message or a text message works as well. Our social media is at Taco Bros NC for Facebook and Instagram.
You can find Taco Bros, well, everywhere. Hey, first check them out online to find out where they will be. TacoBrosFoodTruck.com or follow them on social media at Taco Bros NC.
Mr. Durham on Zoom?
Let's see.
Good evening and welcome to the Tuesday, March 19th, 2024 meeting of the Greensboro City Council. I do need a motion to return into open session.
So moved.
Moved by Mrs. Abuzawader, seconded by Mr. Holston. All in favor, say aye. Aye. And that passes unanimously. We are in the Katie Dorset Council Chamber. Oh, I do want to apologize for us starting the meeting late. We got held up in our closed session, and I know that people have been waiting. We do apologize for the inconvenience. Let the record reflect that all members are in attendance. We will begin tonight's meeting with a moment of silence. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, would you lead us in the pledge?
Sure. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please silence all electronic devices. If you must make or receive a phone call, kindly do so from outside the council chamber. The Greensboro City Council welcomes resident input. It is important for all attendees to feel that the Katie Dorset Council Chamber is a welcoming and safe space where residents feel empowered to bring issues of concern before their elected officials. Individuals may sign up to speak to specific consent or business items. The subject will be noted, and if it requires action or requests, the city clerk and/or the city manager will note as such and provide steps for any required response or after action. People registering to speak are required to acknowledge the rules of decorum for meeting participation. These rules do not limit the content of the speaker's message, but are to ensure that speakers understand what we expect this meeting and how it will be conducted in a safe, civil, orderly manner. All meeting attendees are expected to respect speakers and council deliberations. The City of Greensboro is committed to promoting an environment that is free of discrimination, bias, and bullying. Therefore, speakers shall refrain from personal attacks. The mayor or presiding officer has the authority to enforce the rules of decorum. Speakers or audience members who intentionally disrupt the meeting or ridicule other speakers will be given a warning, and if unheeded, will be removed from the meeting. That person or persons will be suspended from in-person participation for the next 3 months. In order to preserve their right to free speech, they may attend virtually by Zoom, by phone, or may submit comments by email. Speakers must be signed up to speak by 6 p.m. Any speaker handouts must be provided to the city clerk or courier for distribution to council. Residents are not allowed to approach the dais unless invited by council to do so. Speakers are allotted 3 minutes and can speak once on an agenda item. Depending on the number of speakers, City Council may decrease this time allocation. Speakers may not relinquish their time to other speakers. The order in which speakers are called are at the discretion of the mayor or presiding officer. Zoom participants shall mute their microphones until they are called upon to speak. By statute, council members must vote on all items unless there is a direct financial interest or if they sit on a board of a non-profit receiving funding from the city on a specific item. All votes will be moved and seconded, and the mayor or presiding officer will announce the vote total. We have a consent agenda for items G1 through G15, which are a grouping of agenda items that are voted on with one single vote to expedite what are believed to be routine and non-controversial items. Any council member may withdraw an item from the consent agenda due to a conflict of interest or for the purpose of voting no. Items removed from the consent agenda for discussion will be placed on the April 16th City Council business agenda. This meeting does include closed captioning. Depending on the length of tonight's meeting, we may take a short recess around 8:30. This is the time for ceremonial presentation items. Item E1 is a resolution recognizing March as Women's History Month. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Resolution recognizing March as Women's History Month. Whereas in the United States, Women's History Month traces back to the first International Women's Day in 1911 and was extended to Women's History Week in 1978. Whereas in 1980, President Jimmy Carter issued a proclamation declaring National Women's History Week, starting from the first settlers who came to our shores, from the first American Indian families who befriended them, men and women who worked together to build this nation. Too often, the women were unsung, and sometimes their contributions went unnoticed. Whereas a year later, Congress provided bipartisan support, and in 1987 extended the week to Women's History Month since 1988. The United States of America has recognized March as Women's History Month. Whereas the theme of 2024 is women who advocate for equality, diversity, and inclusion, recognizing women throughout the country who believe a positive future can only be achieved by eliminating bias, discrimination entirely from all of our lives and institutions. Whereas American women of every race, ethnicity, and background have been leaders not only in securing their own rights of freedom, suffrage, and equal opportunity, but also in the abolitionist movement, the emancipation movement, the industrial labor movement, the civil rights movement, the peace movement, and other movements which create a more fair, just, and inclusive society for all. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Greensboro that the City Council hereby recognizes the month of March 2024 as Women's History Month, wishes to express a sense of gratitude to all women of Greensboro. And if before we vote, if we can have this delivered to the chair of the Commission on the Status of Women, I would appreciate it. Thank you. So moved.
Second. Okay. Moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Mary Kay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That passes 9-0. We are going to do item E2 at a later date. That was the Employee Innovation Award winners. Now is the time for our consent agenda. Does anybody wish to remove an item? Second. Moved by Mrs. Hoffman, seconded by Mrs. Abusawader. Council, please vote. And that passes 9-0. We will now move on to the public hearing agenda. This is the time and place for our public hearings. Item H1 is a public hearing for an ordinance rezoning 2207 Jones Road, William H. Johnson Jr. for Dream Real Estate Jones, LLC. Mr. Kirkman?
Thank you, Mayor Vaughn. Again, the request this evening is a rezoning from R5 residential single family to CD RM18 conditional district residential multifamily. North, east, and west of the request are zoned R5 residential single family, and south of the request is zoned CD RM18 Conditional District Residential Multifamily. The subject property currently contains a single-family dwelling. North, east, and west of the request are single-family dwellings, and south of the request are multifamily dwellings. The property is designated as residential on the future land use map of the comprehensive plan and urban general on the future built form map. There are 2 conditions that are associated with this request, as shown on the screen. Staff has concluded that this request does support the comprehensive plan's filling our framework strategy to encourage higher density infill development and ensure mixed-use projects strengthen and add value to the community, and the Creating Great Places strategy to meet housing needs and desires with a sufficient and diverse supply of housing products, prices, and locations. This proposed request as conditioned does allow uses that are generally compatible with the existing varied residential uses and densities in the surrounding area, limits potential negative impacts on adjacent properties, and staff is recommending approval of this request. The Planning and Zoning Commission heard this request at their February 19th meeting and did approve the rezoning request. There were 2 speakers in favor and 4 in opposition. The Commission's decision was subsequently appealed to the City Council, and that is the purpose of the hearing this evening. Answering questions.
Okay, we do have a number of speakers signed up. Those in favor are Scott Wallace, Maji Williams, Pauline Johnson, and William Johnson. You can speak in whatever order you have. You have a total of 15 minutes. You will receive a 5-minute rebuttal. If you come to the podium and give us your name, and again, that is a 15-minute total for all speakers. Oh, I'm sorry, I dropped down to, thank you, Sharon. It's for the next item. So the 3 in favor, Maji Williams, Pauline Johnson, William Johnson.
Yes. Yeah, come on. Members of City Council, thank you for having us during this time. Just to address our request to rezone from RM5 to RM18.
Could you get a little closer?
I'm sorry.
You might want to, you can move the
Is this any better?
whole
Okay.
table up if you prefer.
I'll get closer. So yeah, we're looking to move, rezone the property from RM5 to RM18. We have heard the concerns of the neighbors. The property has been in our family for a number of years, and my mother-in-law and my wife will address those issues in terms of the connection that the property has for us. The concerns are traffic, which we understand, and one of the things that we're doing is looking to mitigate some of those things by increasing the parking on the property and just continuing to listen to the neighbors in terms of their concerns. So the concerns are not falling on deaf ears. We're listening intently for those and working on solutions. But we do think that this property, if rezoned, will again help the city accomplish their goals for increasing the stock of attainable housing, as well as increase the value of the neighborhood and enhance the neighborhood as well. So we would like to continue to move forward and just present that before the city.
So, Mr. Jones, I have a question. Mr. Jones, if I may ask you, have you talked with the neighbors? Have
Yes.
you all had a community meeting? Have you had a sit-down meeting with the people that I know you heard about, you saw in opposition at the zoning meeting? So have you done that? How did you, and then my second question is, how did you communicate?
Yeah, the initial communication, I went door by door along the street of Jones Road and presented the information to each group, to each family that was there. Some were there and some were not there. If they were not there, I left a flyer and it kind of explained what we're trying to do, what we're looking to do, the connection that we have with the neighborhood. So we wanted to do it by face because of our connection to the neighborhood. So yes, we did talk to each neighbor and heard their concerns with that.
Well, I have a concern that you did not actually have a meeting with the community, that you went door to door, and some were there, some were not. I read the zoning minutes that said you put flyers in the mailbox, which we can't put stuff in the mailbox unless it has a stamp on it and it gets through the U.S. postal system. And so my concern would be that the neighbors don't know what's about to happen, what could happen. They have not had opportunity to even negotiate. This is a conditional rezoning. Rezoning means you put conditions on. So they don't know about buffering. They don't know if you're planning to do buffering, a fence, whatever you're planning to do, they don't know. And so to have continual conversation doesn't necessarily satisfy that, because then once done, it's done. You don't have to do anything. It's what the conditions state that kind of guide the process. And I would like for you all maybe to consider a continuance tonight for 30 days to give that opportunity to talk to the community. I've seen several correspondences from them, and of course, the fact that they appealed tells me that they have concerns and questions that did not get addressed, not by a flyer in the box. And I think, to me, that shows good faith and good intent on how you really want to be good neighbors with people who've been in that community for years, because there are some valid concerns, and I don't want to get into them. I just think tonight I would like to ask you to consider that.
Okay, I understand.
Can I get, and I'd like to hear from you. Yes, sir.
Yeah, in terms of those things, like I said, we're open to doing whatever. We're invested in the neighborhood. We're open to doing whatever it takes to make sure that we're good neighbors, because we want to be there. We're invested there, but the house has been there since 1947.
Right.
So we're concerned about their concerns as well.
Right.
And we're open to that. I left my phone number with them and talked to those face to face, but we can have another meeting if those concerns aren't addressed to their satisfaction.
Yeah, I would like to propose that we continue this item for 30 days to allow Mr. Jones and the neighbors, and I think there's some here. I've seen a petition that has come over from the neighbors that are opposed to it, and I would like to see you all at least meet and try to come to some agreement in this.
Mr. City Attorney, are we allowed?
I think we are allowed to ask for, can we? Well, we can't, but he can.
She wants him to ask for a continuance. That's what my question is.
Yeah, I think he can ask for a continuance.
Right.
Let me ask a question. So this home has been in your family, and when was the last time the home was operable, used by your family?
Well, the grandmother passed away back in 2012, I believe, and 2011. I'm sorry. And since then, instead, we've kept it for a little while, and then we decided to rent it out to a tenant who was a really good tenant for a long time, but fell on some hard times in the house. It got into a place of disrepair because of that. So it left us with the choice of either repairing the house and putting more money into it, or seeking to do something that we felt like might enhance the community, and that's where we are today with that.
So you've been engaged with the property?
Correct.
Since 2011?
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
And so what the community is accustomed to is what they have now. So that would just be what I would make a suggestion.
My only concern with the
to you.
continuance, council member, is that I think the concerns are still going to be the same concerns regardless. And we've talked to them about, but
yeah, I'm not trying to guide you by them because I'm not your lawyer, so don't get me wrong. I personally would have loved to have had a conversation too with you. Sometimes communication is the key to a lot of things.
I understand.
And I think sometimes we don't communicate, so that kind of puts us on a bad path.
Okay.
Mr. City Attorney, the request, I believe, has to come from the applicant. We're getting to a little contract zoning discussion.
You mean the request for a continuance?
Yes.
Yes.
I don't think that's contract zoning, but he doesn't seem like he wants to make that request.
Not at this time. I'm not sure if you want to hear from the others first before we discuss that. Okay.
I think once we hear from them, we can't consider it anymore, can we?
Yeah,
can we still consider it? Okay.
I mean, he can ask for a continuance.
Right, but then you've got opposition that's here too. Do you not have opposition here?
We do, and he could ask for a continuance at any time before we vote.
Okay.
I am Margie Carol Inslow Williams, and my parents owned this property. I inherited the property after my mother's death in 2011. The property has been in the family for a very long time. I am 70 plus, and my parents purchased this property because it's a beautiful plot of land years before I was born, so you know it's been in the family a long time. When they purchased the property, there was a 4-room house on the property. They embraced it, they loved it, they added on to it, and it's a beautiful, when you look at the house from the outside, it's a beautiful house. But if anybody knows anything about property, and I think about the Love property that was recently torn down, there are problems with property that's aging. There were foundation problems with it. There continue to be plumbing problems with it. There were problems with the electrical system there. And it's not feasible to continue putting more money into that old house. In inheriting the property, I turned it over to my daughter and son-in-law with their real estate business. They too love the property, and I trust them to honor the property with their proposal of putting townhouses there. I know one of the main concerns of my neighbors has been traffic. These are townhouses that will have a garage attached and a driveway for each one. These will not be facing Jones Road. There will be their own access to that street. And I think it's worth trying this. People have been, I know my neighbors are concerned about traffic. I don't think this will generate any more traffic than the traffic we have on Jones Road when there are family celebrations. And there have been times when I have come home to go in my driveway and had trouble getting in there because there were so many cars from family celebrations. I embrace and honor family celebrations, but I think this is a good opportunity to provide reasonable housing that are pretty. And I ask for you to consider this. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Pauline Jeffers Johnson. I reside at 2406 North Elm, and I grew up on Jones Road, and this property was my grandparents' home. My grandparents were devoted members of this community. My grandmother was a teacher for over 40 years. My grandfather worked for Western Electric. It was nothing for them to invite anyone that needed assistance to this home, whether they needed a night, a few weeks. And in honoring their legacy, that's something that is really dear to my heart, to honor their legacy, and also to consider what the current neighbors' concerns are as well. But I know it would have been my grandparents' desire to see more than one family to be served from the property that they left behind. And now no families are being served from this property that is in ill repair. And so that is something that I would like the council to take into consideration, just their legacy as well and what they would have wanted for this property. They were very loved in this neighborhood, and they really sought to find out what was the pulse of the neighborhood, and they were a beacon of light in that neighborhood. We have no problem taking time to meet with the neighbors. If I like your suggestion for a meeting to be able to have that communication. We don't want to dismiss the concerns that were brought up. We're still very connected to this street, and so we want to listen and find ways for solutions, but also at the heart of everything, we would like to be able to be in a position to help more families. And we believe that there's a way to do that and to also address some of the concerns. There are a lot of people that live there now that are actually renting. And as we were doing surveys of families, there are actually more people on that street that are renting than are actually owners. And so it does fall into a similar category of how the street is being populated right now to have renters. We desire for it to be a beautiful property that is self-contained. We're working towards trying to even possibly reduce some of the size so that they can have to mitigate some of the traffic concerns, for them to have dumpsters and things like that, so that that can help to address some of the concerns, adding parking. So these are things that we have been going back and forth over. This was not an easy decision to come to terms with what to do with this property. We really did rent this out for over a decade, and it was a lot of months of prayer and research and careful consideration to even create what was seen. So this is still in the discovery phase. No one is ready to just start right away. We want to take in consideration what is important for this neighborhood, because we are a part of this neighborhood as well.
Can I just say something? Actually, I met with Mr. Johnston, and we spent some time together last year. He's done a major project in the city, which is quite fine, and I know that he's looked at other opportunities. So I feel confident that if you take this time to really address any concerns that the neighbors have, I feel certain that whatever project you ultimately determine it's appropriate for this location, that it will certainly fit well within the neighborhood and be an attribute to the neighborhood.
Mr. Johnson, if you want to make a motion for a continuance, I assume that those who are here to speak against it would be in favor of a continuance also. If you wanted to make that motion to continue it for 30 days.
Right.
That request.
Yes. I mean, you can wait till after you hear them, but I think that, but I really, I think that, as the mayor was saying and Ms. Hoffman was saying, and as Ms. Johnson just said, she mentioned several things. I think that the neighbors really would benefit from hearing about how you're talking the direction of certain things, and some of that, I think that can help you get to a real good place. That's
absolutely. With any other questions before?
No, sir.
Okay.
If you wanted to make that request, it would be heard at our April 16th meeting.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, so you could.
Can we hear the rest of the opposition first?
Okay. So the two people we have signed up opposed is Han Soar and Felicia Donnell. And again, you have a total of 15 minutes.
Good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Felicia Donnell, and I live at 2222 Jones Road, and I have lived there for 15 plus years. And before I get started, I can show you some of the, this is a petition that some of the neighbors have gotten together. And this is a meeting that we had last month about the information being put in the mailbox. And also this is the home sites that he wants to put up, if you've not received those. And like Ms. Williams said, this is the home, and it is a very beautiful home. Very, very beautiful.
Excuse me, can you put those on screen so we can see them, please? I'm sorry to interrupt you. Thank you.
That's what Mr. Johnson wants to put up. Those. Okay. And this is the home site now. Very beautiful home. I'm sorry. I was just showing you some of the pictures, and this fence backs up to apartments that's already behind there. There's already apartments behind that there. That's the lot also. You can see the fence back there and the cars and the apartments right there. And this is the street. There's no outlet. You have to go around the bend in order to get out. So that's why we're really concerned about the traffic. And these are some of the cars that are parked along the street. This was sort of early, so usually it's more cars than that. And this is the petition. Some of them from Jones Road, Delta Place, and we had 37 petition members that are not
Put that back up, please. I just want to read what the top says. Okay, for the appeal.
You go to the next page?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that's it. Oh, and this is about what placing the flyer. I received my flyer in my mailbox. That's where my flyer was left, and I didn't see it until I got home that night. Okay, I'm very concerned about what Mr. Johnson is wanting to build at 2207 Jones Road, which is the multifamily townhomes. It is not that we don't want this new development to come in our site, but we just wonder why so many units. Our street is already very busy. We have parked cars along both sides of the street, speeders day and night. And with this many dwelling units, which is 12, our street will be a complete chaos. Myself, as a homeowner, along with several of my neighbors, are not satisfied with the flyer that was left in our mailbox. We never had a community meeting with any concerns or questions that we had. We don't know anything about these units other than the flyer. We don't know what kind of material he's going to use, if it's going to be wood, siding, or if it's going to have shrubs or trees, and there's no sidewalks along that street. And at our last zoning meeting, like I say, Mr. Johnson had mentioned about this going to be monitored, and I failed to ask him how is he going to monitor those. So please just give a consideration of our concerns. We're very concerned about what's going to happen to our neighborhood. A lot of those neighbors have been out there longer than I have. I talked to one of my neighbors, and he said he's been out there ever since that street was dirt. It wasn't even paved. And he said he talked to Mr. Johnson and told him he did not want this to come. But we don't know what's going to happen. Okay.
Yeah, me too. I have a question too. Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Donnell?
Donnell, yes, sir.
Looking at the map, there's a City of Greensboro Park at 3111 Four Seasons Boulevard.
Uh-huh.
How often is that park used, and where do people park when they use it?
Well, the people, they go to the park. They park up there where the basketball goals are. And the park is used, it's somebody up there every day. And actually, over the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, it was those two-wheelers and four-wheelers. They was just up there having a ball coming down that street. Coming down Four Seasons, and a few of them came on Jones Road, but most of them was on Four Seasons, just having a ball.
So you've got a lot of traffic coming through already, right?
Oh, yes, we have a whole lot of traffic.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, my question was, did you get the flyer the same day of the meeting? Or I was a little confused about, you got the flyer in your mailbox?
I got the flyer in the mailbox a couple of days before the
Okay.
meeting.
So, and when was the meeting to have been held, and just curious?
Well, he never had a meeting with us. Right. It was just, I got the flyer in the mail about what he wanted to put
Gotcha.
up.
Okay, okay, because I, for some reason, I thought somebody said
No,
there was
we
a
never,
meeting.
we
Okay.
never had a meeting.
Okay, okay, that helps
Now,
a lot.
he may have met with some of the neighbors, maybe a few of the neighbors, and they, expressed that they wasn't happy with what was going
Right.
on. But we never had a community
meeting. Thank you.
Together, right. Okay. And there's plenty places that we can have a meeting. I mean, there's Mount Tabor Church. We used to have meetings there all the time, neighborhood watch meetings. We can even go over to the park and meet.
Okay. So, yeah. Looks like you only have 30 seconds for the other speaker, so he may have to. Oh, is it? Oh, I was looking at.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I have a question for staff, but I'll wait for him.
Hi, good evening. This is my name, Han Gashore. I will speak today with my neighbor, my concern about my 2212 Jones Road. And my house is right on the rezone, right on the front, right across my house, my driveway. That's why I'm concerned about traffic, because our 2 blocks all the way across, the all-way traffic go that way. And trailer, track trailer, go that way. That's why I'm concerned about traffic. I'm concerned about if they build a townhome, can build 100 people there. That's why I'm concerned about safety too. Well, our children run around there. That's why I'm concerned about right on the cross in my driveway. That's why I'm concerned about traffic. All my neighbors also. That's all I'm going to speak today.
So has he spoken to you, Mr. Johnson? Did
No.
you all?
Nobody have spoke to us. Nobody had meeting. Just I let it at home from mailbox. They laid down on the mailbox. That's all.
Yes, sir. Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
If the opponents are through, then the applicant has a 5-minute rebuttal. And then the opponents.
Thank you. We've heard the concerns, and we did talk to his son, actually. So, but at the same time, we definitely have heard all the concerns and are willing to do the continuance, just to make sure that everyone has had their chance and make sure they had their voice to do that. Okay. And we'll address that accordingly. So we'll request a continuance.
Okay, so we need a motion for the continuance to the 16th.
So move.
Second.
We'll do a voice vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? So that passes unanimously. I just want to double check that date. Yes, the 16th,
Okay.
Mayor, would that be without advertising?
without further advertising.
Yes. So I would suggest, get with Ms. Donnell, who and seems to know more of the area, and you all sit down and may come up with some things, and so that it works out for everyone. Because I like what I hear, but I think a lot of times when people don't know, then that's the fear that they have of the unknown. So, so thank you for doing it.
Thank you.
Mr. and Ms. Johnson, I'll agree that I know the quality of work that you do. You've developed in District 3. I like the fact that you're diversifying. I like the fact that what you said about the property that has gone through your entire family, helping more families. The fact that this is not rental, the fact that it's ownership. Are you going to rent these or own them or sell them?
We're looking at a combination.
Combination? But I know what you've done. And I just think that, RM18 is in the neighborhood. This is findable to fix away, because I see you on other property on the street as well.
Correct.
And so you're having a meeting with yourself, but just work it out and come back to us.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move on to item H2 and H3. H2 is a public hearing for an ordinance annexing territory into the corporate limits for the property located at 5226 Carroll Avenue, .542 acres, Scott Wallace of Keystone Group, Inc. And item H3, a public hearing for an ordinance for original zoning for 5226 Carroll Avenue, Scott Wallace of Keystone Group, Inc. And we do have one speaker on this item, and it is Mr. Wallace. I assume that you're here for questions primarily. Thank you. Mr. Kirkman?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Vaughn. Again, the request is for annexation and original zoning from County RS 30 residential single family to City CDR5 conditional district residential single family. North of the subject property is currently zoned a combination of City PI, public and institutional, and City CDR5. East and south of the request are zoned County RS 30 residential single family, and west of the subject property is zoned County RS 30 and City PI. The property is currently undeveloped at this time. North and west of the request are single-family dwellings and undeveloped land. East and south of the request are single-family dwellings. The property is designated as residential on the future land use map and as urban general on the future built form map of the comprehensive plan. There is one zoning condition associated with this request, as you can see on the screen. Staff has concluded this request supports the comprehensive plan's Creating Great Places goal to expand Greensboro's citywide network of unique neighborhoods, offering residents of all walks of life a variety of quality housing choices, and the filling in our framework big idea to arrange our land uses where we live, work, attend school, shop, and enjoy our free time to create a more vibrant and livable Greensboro. The proposed request as condition permits uses that are similar to the existing uses in the surrounding area, and staff is recommending approval of the request. Planning and Zoning Commission heard these requests at their February 19th meeting and voted to recommend approval of both the annexation and the zoning request. And there were no speakers on that item at that meeting. I can answer any questions.
Okay, so that is item H1, which is H2, which is the annexation, moved by Mrs. Thurm, seconded by Mr. Matheny. Council, please vote. Did I?
Yes. Mr. Holston, Matheny.
Sorry. Well, it's correct on the board.
Sorry. Mr. Manager, just as we're voting, looks like we have an abundance of land in and around this area. I wonder if there's any other land that Mr. Wallace would like to develop in that neighborhood that we might be able to dispose of.
Ah, there it is. And that passes 9-0. Nope, that's an old one. That passes 9-0. Okay. All right. We now, item H3.
We need a motion on the zoning with the statement of consistency.
That's what I was saying.
Oh, I'm sorry.
H3 will require.
I misheard you.
H3 will require a statement of consistency. Moved by Mrs. Thurm, seconded by Dr. Wells.
The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to approve the original zoning request for the property at 5226 Carroll Avenue from County RS 30 to City CDR5 to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 comprehensive plan, and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan's future built form map and future land use map. The proposed City CDR5 zoning district as condition permits uses that fit the context of surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. The request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Council, please vote. And that passes 9-0. All right, now we move on to items H4. Move on to items H6 and H7. Mr. Kirkman?
Happened to H4, H5.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. So the next items are the Sumner Church Road items, correct?
H4.
H4 and H5 is what I have on my agenda.
Yes.
This is also Mr. Wallace's development, but a different property.
Item H4 is a public hearing for an ordinance annexing territory into the corporate limits for the property located at 4452 Sumner Church Road, 10.65 acres. Scott Wallace of Keystone Group, Inc. And item H5, public hearing for an ordinance for original zoning for 4452 Sumner Church Road and a portion of Sumner Church Road right-of-way. Scott Wallace for Keystone Group, Inc. We have no speakers except Mr. Wallace, I'm sure, is here for questions.
Thank you, Mayor Vaughn. Again, the request is annexation and original zoning from County RS30 residential single family to City CDR5 conditional district residential single family. North of this request is currently zoned City CDR5. East and west is zoned County RS30. And south of the request is zoned a combination of County RS40 residential single family and County PI public institution. Subject property is currently undeveloped at this time. North of the request are single-family dwellings that are currently under construction. East and south of the request are single-family dwellings and a religious assembly use. And west of the request are single-family dwellings and undeveloped land. Property is designated as residential on the future land use map and urban general on the future built form map of the comprehensive plan. This is a conditional zoning, so there is one condition associated with the request. Staff again has concluded this request supports the comprehensive plan's Creating Great Places goal to expand Greensboro's citywide network of unique neighborhoods, offering residents of all walks of life a variety of quality housing choices, and the filling in our framework big idea to arrange our land uses where we live, work, attend school, shop, and enjoy our free time to create a more vibrant and livable Greensboro. Proposed CDR5 district as condition permits uses that are similar to existing uses in the surrounding area, and staff is recommending approval of the request. Planning and Zoning Commission heard these requests at their February 19th meeting and voted to recommend approval of both items. Was one person speaking in favor and none in opposition? I can answer any questions.
Any questions, or do we have a motion? Moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Dr. Wells. Council, please vote. And that will pass 9-0. H5 will require a statement of consistency. Moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Mr. Matheny.
The Greensboro City Council believes this action to approve the original zoning request for the property at 4452 Sumner Church Road and a portion of the Sumner Church Road right-of-way for County RS30 residential single family to City CDR5 conditional district residential single family 5 to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 comprehensive plan, and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan's future built form map and future land use map. The proposed City CDR5 zoning district, as conditioned, permits uses that fit the context of surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. And the request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Council, please vote. And that passes 9-0. Now we move on to items H6 and H7. H6 is a public hearing for an ordinance annexing territory into the corporate limits for the property located at 3849 Lewiston Road and 1098 ZZ Hackamore Road, 24.197 acres, various entities. And item H7, public hearing for an ordinance for original zoning for 3849 Lewiston Road and 1098 ZZ Hackamore Road. Mark Isaacson for William Yearns of Granville Homes, LLC, on behalf of Edna J. Roach Living Trust. And we do have speakers for and against this item.
Thank you, Mayor Vaughn. Again, the request is to annex the property into the City of Greensboro and establish original zoning from County RS40 residential single family to City CDR7 conditional district residential single family. North of this request is currently zoned County CZPDR, Conditional Zoning Plan Development Residential, and County RS40, Single Family Residential. East and south of the request is zoned County RS40, Residential Single Family, and west of the request is zoned City PNR, Parkland, and Natural Resource Areas. The subject property currently contains a single-family dwelling and agricultural land. North and east of the request are single-family dwellings as well as undeveloped land. South of the request are single-family dwellings, and west of the request is a portion of Lake Higgins. The property is designated as residential on the future land use map of the comprehensive plan and as urban general on the future built form map. There are 2 conditions currently associated with the request, as shown on the screen. Staff has concluded that this request does support the comprehensive plan's Creating Great Places goal to expand Greensboro's citywide network of unique neighborhoods, offering residents of all walks of life a variety of quality housing choices, and the filling in our framework big idea to arrange our land uses where we live, work, attend school, shop, and enjoy our free time to create a more vibrant and livable Greensboro. Staff has determined the proposed CDR7 district as conditioned does permit uses that are compatible with existing uses in the surrounding area, and we are recommending approval of the request. Planning and Zoning Commission heard these items at their February 19th meeting and did recommend approval of both the annexation and the zoning. There were 2 speakers in favor for the request and 3 in opposition at that meeting. I can answer any questions.
Any questions? Okay. Mr. Isaacson?
Go up there. Yeah. The window. Yes, sir. Sorry about that.
Just click away, right? Okay, thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. Mark Isaacson at 804 Green Valley Road in Greensboro. I'm here on behalf of Will Yearns and Granville Homes. Will is here, if you'll, residential communities in and around Greensboro for decades. And they live here. They employ a number of people here and are very proud of the communities that they have built here. The first slide is the zoning conditions, which Mike read into the record. Just council may want to note that we added this second condition about no vehicular access on Hackamore Road, which runs east-west off of Lewiston, after a neighborhood meeting where concerns were expressed from those neighbors about vehicular access on Hackamore. So we added a condition after that meeting, as neighborhood meeting, at the zoning commission meeting to limit the access here to just Lewiston Road.
Mr. Isaacson, you had that condition at the zoning meeting?
We did, so it's part of the record, Madam Mayor, so no need to read that into the record now. And that was part of the condition that was voted on and unanimously approved by the zoning commission. The next slide is showing council the subject property. There's a star here in the upper left area. The purpose here is just to show the context of this area. To the south is Jessup Grove Road, and over to the east is Horsepen Creek Road. Council may note that there are a mix of uses in this area, including office, prolific park, Caldwell Academy, some commercial high and other business parks. So a number of mix of uses in this area. It's, I think, fair to say that this has been a quickly growing area for our community. Certainly the activity out at the airport has probably prompted a number of those projects along Horsepen Creek Road. The next slide shows, again, the subject property has a star in the area, the lower right. There's Lake Higgins to the west, and then the large red area, that's the boundary line with Summerfield. And so I think the point here that I'd like council to consider is that there's limited area here for growth in this area of our community. And Mr. Yearns has served on the city's Community Sustainability Council for many years and is keenly interested in sustainable growth and sustainable development. And so when we have a situation like this where we have limited area left for growth by our city or with our city, it's, we think, important to have sustainable growth and development. And I think you'll see that that's what we're proposing here. The next slide is just from the GIS records of the county. The property, the subject property is outlined in red. You'll see that the property does touch Hackamore Road, and we limited no access on Hackamore Road by zoning condition. So the only access here will be off of Lewiston. You'll see that this was a family farm. The cleared area was the area that was farmed by that family for decades. There is a large stand of existing trees, and again, with respect to sustainable development, the concept here is that nearly all of those trees will remain. We want to preserve as many of those trees in natural areas as is reasonably possible. And so you'll see the properties to the south and north. We recognize and appreciate that there are concerns by people who adjoin this property to the south, but I wanted council to note the large areas that will remain undisturbed and provide a very nice buffer for many adjoining properties. Next, for council's consideration for illustrative purposes only is a sketch plan. Our engineer, Steve Webb, with Chuck Truby's firm, is here to answer any engineering questions. This is the to illustrate the layout of the residential subdivision lots. Again, the only access is off of Lewiston. There is a water detention pond that would be utilized here to capture water runoff. And then, of course, as I mentioned, there's a large natural area with a stream that would remain undisturbed, and that's the intent here. Question may come up about why R7, why not R3? The density level that we are achieving, if this is approved, is R3. It's a net density of R3, which is the lowest density in our city's zoning code. However, based on our engineer's recommendation, and in order to achieve as sustainable a development as possible, we asked for R3 with a condition limiting it to R7, zoning district or category, but with a density of R3. Now, that affords us the opportunity to have lots that will preserve these natural areas. Those areas will be deeded into an HOA, homeowners association. They will be governed by, regulated by, maintained by that HOA. If this property were requested for standard R3 zoning, we would probably be able to achieve about the same number of lots, but those lots would be larger and could mean that some of this natural area would be disturbed or be removed, and we want to avoid that. So the R7 is an engineer's recommendation to achieve the sustainable development. More of the property will remain undisturbed, will be committed to the HOA, but we will have a net density level of R3. And that is, again, the lowest density level that the city's zoning ordinance allows. Next are, we're doing on time. For consistency purposes, I wanted to show council that the subject property is, again, with the star located on there, but there are R3 density and similar sized lots in the area. And so what we're proposing is not inconsistent with the other projects or communities that are already in the city and zoned accordingly. Next, again, for illustrative purposes, are a couple of models of the types of homes that Mr. Yearns intends to build here. Again, he and his family and his company have had significant experience with residential communities that have done well and are well maintained and well managed. So a couple of examples here. We sent out a letter in January to the city, to the owners per the city's notification list. We had a neighborhood meeting on February 5th at 5:30 p.m. I think about 10 or 12 people attended the meeting. Since then, we also have had subsequent follow-up meetings individually with some property owners in the area to try to address concerns. Specifically, some adjoining owners agreed to a landscape buffer, and then others were not interested in a buffer. So we have a few letters from folks in the area who say they are either no opposition or have support or in support for the project. And you'll see those here. They're in your booklets as well. So to summarize, we would submit to council that this project accomplishes a number of the goals of our comprehensive plan, the 2040 plan, which council adopted some time ago. We think it will achieve a sustainable development. It's an efficient use of this land. It will provide much needed housing in this quickly growing area to serve the airport area where there's a lot of activity and more to come. And it will achieve a number of the goals and objectives of our plan, and we think that's an important factor for council to consider. This will provide a diversity in the housing market, especially in this quickly growing area, and we believe, given the unique configuration of the property, the topography, trying to preserve as many of the trees as possible, that this request makes common sense, and we hope that council will favorably consider it. Again, Mr. Yearns is here, our engineer Steve Webb is here, and I'm certainly happy to answer any questions that council may have, and we'll be glad to address those.
Just, could you show on the map where the people who wrote the letters live? The Lewiston Road, let's see.
See if I can get back to that.
Just curiosity here. Yes.
Okay. Their addresses are on the letters,
okay.
But they are the first property here as you come in. Yeah, right here.
Okay.
And then up and down Lewiston Road there.
So they touch. They're.
I may have that wrong. Will, do you want to show where they are?
Yeah, you can tap it with this.
Okay.
Yeah, hello, Will Yearns with offices at 7349 West Friendly Avenue, Greensboro. Brian has a better. It's the other letters of support were from directly across the street on Lewiston Road.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I see.
So yes, some of those we're getting the direct 4908 Hackamore. That's Craig Roach. That's right here.
Right. That one. That's
right.
Okay.
And we're going to be providing a buffer for Mr. Roach along his northern property line. And we are going to be, I'm planning on using native plants there, FYI.
Native plants.
Native plants.
Yes.
Yep. So trying to follow y'all's lead.
Right.
So.
Okay. That's good. Thank you. That helps a lot.
Well, thank you for your consideration.
Any other questions for Mr. Isaacson?
I just had a question. I know you're not going to come in or go out on Hackamore, but are you looking to have any other kind of road improvements that handle traffic concerns along that way?
So we will have to work with NCDOT and GDOT about those improvements. Most likely, we're told most likely, we will have to put in a left turn lane into and widen Lewiston Road. And in terms of traffic, I also think, some of the things that we're going to need to be required to do, the few trees that we are going to have to remove are in the right-of-way along Lewiston Road, which also provides some visibility issues for the neighbors when they're pulling out of their driveways that I've also experienced. So.
Right, okay. But no trees, no native trees?
Oh, we'll have to do a landscape plan for the entrance along Lewiston Road for streetscape purposes. So we'll be adding that stuff back in.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot. Thanks, Will.
To follow up a little bit on that, Ms. Hightower, no traffic impact study was required based on the density, but we are, as Mr. Yearns indicated, subject to regulation by NCDOT and GDOT, of course, when the site plan comes through.
Okay.
If it's approved.
I was just wondering if there was going to be any traffic impact, so.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good looking homes. I will say, Mark, I wish I could get those kind of homes. Will.
All right. We do have people signed up in opposition. And the people I have signed up right now are Diane Stevio, Art Close, Emily Leonard, and Karen Sawyer. You have a total of 15 minutes, but you can speak in whatever order you wish.
Can you tell me which one is yours?
Yes.
I can't see.
This, I think it's, yeah. Yeah. Okay. And then, like I said, I'm going to say a few things up front, and then I'm going to ask you to play the first video.
Stop sharing.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Diane Stevio, and my address is 4930 Hackamore Road, and I've lived there for 27 years. I'm here tonight along with other residents in the community who I will ask to stand at this time because we are extremely concerned about this high-density rezoning and its severe departure from the character and density of the existing neighborhoods. And importantly, we have serious concerns about this level of development in a watershed critical area. Thank you. You may be seated. Before I get started, I just wanted to address a few points that were covered just now. I'd like to point out that while Mr. Yearns is being talked about as a great builder, which he may be, we were told that he's just developing this property. He's not actually building, and so we don't really know what's going to go there. I'd also like to mention that as far as the signatures of the people that were in support of it, there were 3 of them, I believe. One is the seller, the other is the seller's husband, and the other one is a relative. And in addition to those standing, we've also obtained signatures in a petition, both in person and online, from residents in Greensboro and Guilford County who also oppose this level of rezoning. The count as of Friday is on screen, but our updated numbers as of today are 62 hand-signed and 106 online for a total of 168. We first want you to know that we're not opposed to development. In fact, we're very proud of what Greensboro's been able to accomplish over the past several years. And we know that with growth comes challenges. And right now, housing is one of those challenges. And what we're asking for is reasonable housing density that fits with the context of the area and reduces the risk to our water quality. We are all here to ask you to vote no to the R7 rezoning in favor of rezoning to the appropriately scaled density of R3. We have three primary concerns. R7 rezoning is not consistent with the land use in this area, the impact of rezoning in a watershed critical area. R7 rezoning is in conflict with the Greensboro Comprehensive Plan. We prepared a video to give you a better visual understanding of the area, and I'm going to rely on your technician to take us there. What's that called? No. Okay. No, yeah, it's that one. We're putting this video together because we wanted to give you an idea, a visual idea of why we're opposing this CD. We're putting this video together because we wanted to give you an idea, a visual idea of why we're opposing this CDR7 zoning for this area. It's a rural area. We are currently headed south on Lewiston Road, headed towards Jessup Grove Road. This is Lake Higgins right here. We're coming up upon the land in question. You can see the sign under contract. So that is 3849, I believe it is, Lewiston Road. As you can see, the homes are on large lots with deep setbacks, as is the majority of the homes in this area. And we're coming up to my street, Hackamore Road. There are a total of 16 houses on this one street neighborhood. This land is currently zoned R40, and this street is essentially parallel to the proposed site plan. We're hoping to give you an idea of why we so strongly oppose the CDR7 zoning application. I hope that it's as obvious to you as it is to me in looking at this footage of what a dramatic and extreme change that would be. There is a better, more appropriate zoning density for this property, and we ask that you vote no to the current zoning request. Just get you right. Okay, that's fine. Can you make it full screen? Can you just hit that right there? No, the slideshow. That little icon. Okay. There, that's right. Okay. Thank you. Okay. The homes that surround this proposed development sit on one or more acre lots, and this rezoning would put a staggering 73 homes on tiny 1/8 of an acre lots. What this means is that our street, which is in the bright yellow there, that has a total of 16 homes, will be directly adjacent to a similar sized street with 73 homes. 16 homes to 73 homes, we just don't see that as consistent, and we do not see it as reasonable. This map shows the zoning levels in the surrounding area. The red dot near the bottom is the property and where the property in question is located. You can see Lake Higgins in dark green, The lake and the surrounding areas are zoned PNR, parkland and natural resources, and all of the other adjacent land is zoned R3, making R3 the overwhelmingly predominant zoning in this area. We keep being told by the applicant that R7 rezoning is really net R3, but it is not. If the land were zoned R3, the lot sizes would have a minimum of 12,000 square feet, not 5,000 in R7. Our next concern is the impact of R7 rezoning in a watershed critical area. Watershed critical areas are the most sensitive areas because of their proximity to a water supply where the risks associated with pollution are the greatest. This map provides an overview of the watershed critical areas along Lewiston Road. Lake Higgins is shown in brown. The property is circled in blue, and you can see how close they are. The green highlighted area is the watershed critical area Tier 3. Lewiston Road is highlighted in yellow. Jessup Grove Road, highlighted in red, is the dividing line between the critical and non-critical areas. As you travel further north on Lewiston Road, you get deeper and deeper into the critical area. As you travel south on Lewiston Road, you're out of the watershed critical area, and that is where this higher density mixed-use development that has been mentioned is occurring. So while you may hear that there's a lot of high-density development going on Lewiston Road, it's important to keep in mind that those developments are occurring outside of the watershed critical area. This R7 high density in a critical area raises serious concerns about its impact on our water quality and raises the question, are these critical areas really the places that we should deviate from the norm of R3 and rezone to such a high density? And should we not exercise a level of caution and minimize the risk to the adjacent properties? With our city's vision to be the greenest city in the South, should we not prioritize sustainability in this case and be environmental stewards with respect to these sensitive areas as the comprehensive plan calls for? In a report from the Maryland Department of Resources that was issued as input to a comprehensive plan, they report on the impact of development in watershed areas. This report states that substantial increases in impervious surface lead to the deterioration of creek and stream water system quality, that those losses cannot simply be offset by stormwater management and other measures to mitigate the impacts of development, and most importantly, that mitigation can reduce the degree of damage, but the limits of technology will result in sustained adverse impacts to the watershed. So even though we're being told about the planned stormwater management, the retention pond, and the open spaces, these efforts will mitigate but will not negate negative impacts to the watershed. And so we ask you to exercise caution and minimize the risk to our water supply by applying lower density R3 zoning. It's worthy of noting on a state level that Governor Cooper in February signed an executive order setting statewide conservation goals for forest and wetlands to protect North Carolina's natural resources. This order directs the state to avoid or minimize new construction that would adversely impact vulnerable wetlands. And while this rezoning is not governed by this executive order, it is important to understand the action being taken at a state level. And our third concern is R7 rezoning goes against the comprehensive plan, which states that development should be in a form that is appropriate to the character of the area, should add appropriately scaled density, and should protect and enhance the unique character of every neighborhood. Again, I want to emphasize that we're not against development. We are for R3 zoning and the protection of our watershed, and we urge you to vote accordingly. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Emily Leonard, and I live at 4942 Hackamore Road. I want to touch on community preferences and neighborhood choice from the GSO 2040 plan. This plan states that 41% of residents prefer suburban communities and larger lots. My family, my husband, myself, and our 4 young children chose Greensboro for this very reason. We wanted a large yard and lots of space for our kids to run around in. Greensboro beat out several other highly sought-after southeastern cities in which we were recruited and had an opportunity to settle. We love the lot sizes and rural feel of this area, Greensboro's emphasis on green spaces and parks, great traffic and schools. Based on our experience with finding our home, there is vigorous demand for larger lots like the one that we purchased recently. GSO 2040 also discusses prioritizing sustainability and environmental stewardship. This site, as Diane mentioned, is in a watershed critical area that plays a crucial role in maintaining water quality in a region. Contamination only gets worse as the density of development increases because of the increased runoff into streams and reservoirs, which are sometimes underground. Our family has already experienced water quality issues because of contamination from airport runoff. We have very serious concerns about the risks associated with this high-density development on our water quality. As Diana already mentioned, engineering and stormwater management may reduce the degree of damage, but high-density development will nevertheless result in sustained adverse impacts to the watershed. This is why we are asking you for lower density development of R3 near this watershed critical area. Zoning density is key to protecting our water supply and is the decision at hand here tonight. Allow this land to provide the much needed housing, but do so in a responsible way, in a way that is not a detriment to the neighbors and the surrounding community, and in a way that best serves the public interest. Thank you all for your time this evening.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, you have 2 minutes left. 2 minutes.
Go ahead. Oh.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry. Good evening, City Council members. My name is Karen Jessup Sawyer, and I live at 3847 Lewiston Road. My husband and I also own the property next door, 3801 Lewiston Road. I would like to give you all a little history of the area surrounding proposed properties. I'm a Jessup born and raised in this area. My grandparents developed this land, had 8 children. The legacy of the Jessup's name is seen within our community, such as Jessup Grove Road. In this land has been in our family for as long as I can remember, at least 100 years. When the developer disclosed there would be 73 homes on 1/8 acre lots, us neighbors were totally shocked. We were shocked again when we learned that he has not even building the homes, so there's no way of knowing what will end up here. We feel like he has a short-term interest in what happens here, while all of us have a very long-term interest. The other thing that me and my neighbors are really worried about is the runoff from all of these homes and what it's going to do to our water quality over time. We are very close to Lake Higgins and in a watershed critical area. I have a water quality easement behind my house that they are talking about moving, and I'm very concerned. It seems to me that choosing to build high-density housing in a critical area is taking a big risk, and it's a risk that we don't want to have to take when the land could be zoned to a lower density of R3 that we all support. Once it's done, it can't be undone, and we will be left to suffer the consequences. This section of Lewiston Road is not like the other areas of Lewiston and Horseman Creek, that they are being called popular areas for high-density development. These areas are well outside of the watershed and do not have the risk of the pollution and contamination this area has. I ask the council to make a decision to protect us from the negative impact of this development. We are relying on you, and our future is entrusted to you. Thank you.
Thank you. You will have a 5-minute rebuttal after Mr. Isaacson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. in response to some of the points that we've heard, we heard about that this was not consistent with what's in the area. Well, obviously there are large lots to the south. They're in the county. They're on well and septic. This would be in the city. This would be served by city water and sewer. That's a tremendous difference in terms of the area that may be built upon. We think that this prioritizes sustainability and preserving natural areas. The trees to the south that I showed you would remain. Of course, we could go back and withdraw this and apply for R3 zoning, standard zoning in the city, but it would, we think, mean fewer trees would remain, more areas would be disturbed, and we really don't want that. We realize that the lots are slightly smaller than what would be allowed in the standard R3 zoning, but we think the overall purposes will be achieved. That is, to provide much needed housing in a quickly growing area near major thoroughfares, near major facilities such as Prolific Park, the other commercial and office zoned areas. And you may recall that property along Horsepen Creek has been acquired by a medical facility. So the city and the private sector have already made and are continuing to make tremendous investments in this area. And there's a huge demand for housing here. So this will allow the city to provide much needed housing, take advantage of the infrastructure investments by the City of Greensboro as well as the private sector, and meet a much needed housing demand with, and I don't know if I could call it in good faith, reasonably affordable housing, but it's going to be less expensive than if it were developed in connection with standards of R3. We're achieving a net R3 density, which was the goal and what we heard. We are preserving as many trees and as much open space as possible. The watershed critical area requirements that you heard about require that 70% of this land remain open space of some type. That could include the yards that are affiliated with each lot. But 70% of this land will remain open space of some type. So we would prefer and submit to council that this is a very balanced and reasonable approach to achieve the purposes that we've all talked about for many years, providing housing, preserving trees and open spaces, and having a sustainable residential development and community. Again, the areas that are undisturbed will remain or be deeded into a homeowners association that will govern and restrict those areas from being cut or disturbed. We would prefer that to what we have heard, which is which we think would result in more disturbance, and so we'd prefer a more sustainable development. Be happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Any questions for Mr. Isaacson?
Yes, Mr. Isaacson, just so I'm clear here, so we're talking about R3 versus R7. You proposed the R7 that's going to, in effect, look like an R3. If you did an R3 specifically, are you saying that that buffer zone that's currently there, that green area, could potentially have construction in it?
It could be disturbed under an R3 zoning. That's what our engineers tell us. That would remain to be seen during site plan review. But we're confident that with an R7 request, with an R3 net density, that a vast majority of that area will be preserved as natural and undisturbed area.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions for Mr. Isaacson?
I just had a question. You mentioned a couple of things that I think are in the city limits out there at the Prolific Park.
Correct.
So I guess I was a little concerned about how far it was away from the city. I know when we look at annexations and zonings, one of the things that always comes to my mind are the services that we offer and what that looks like timely. You know, police getting there, fire getting there, trash getting picked up, all of those things that I think people deserve to have access to if they're a city resident.
That's right.
And so my concern was it doesn't appear to be contiguous.
I don't think it's technically contiguous, but it meets all the criteria of an annexation, and it is in Growth Tier 1, which is designated for this type of development for residential.
Because I was looking at the roads in the other video. They are kind of small and narrow. I mean,
Well,
yeah,
right.
we're driving on them, but, you know, nowadays people drive as if they're the only person on the road and don't really care. So,
I think that it's a very valid question. The city staff has analyzed this request, and the Zoning Commission heard their analysis as well. It's in the staff report. But the city may efficiently serve this property with all the city services that you mentioned.
okay. Yeah, I was just curious as to how far it was actually from the city as we go out and annex.
Well,
you
it's
know,
within
things
a very-
in. So it's not as close in the video to me that I saw. It looked like it was all rural country roads.
It's within a very short distance, either pedestrian or vehicular distance to the facilities that I mentioned, and very easy access to major thoroughfare, median divided Horseman Creek Road, which can get you right to the outer loop.
Okay, gotcha. All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, there is 5 minutes remaining for the opponents.
Diane Stevio, 4930 Hackamore Road. With respect to the tree coverage that we were talking about, the buffer, there is a creek that runs along the south side of that property, and so there is a required easement. So it's not like they're going to, if they have to go R3 or went R3, that they would go and cut all the trees down. It's a requirement that they remain there. We totally agree. I've said it. Greensboro needs housing. We support that 100%. Zoning density is the key to protecting our water supply, and we're asking for R3 zoning density that's going to reduce the amount of impervious surfaces, which is the primary driver of the pollution and contaminants. And we want to allow this land to provide the much-needed housing, but do so in a responsible way, in a way that is not a detriment to the neighbors and the surrounding community. And we do have, we'd like to leave you with some further thoughts from the neighborhood. If I could have you play the video for me. And then that's the second one, yeah.
Hi, my name is Karen Sawyer. Hi, my name is Karen Sawyer, and this is my husband, Mark Sawyer, and we live at 3847 Lewiston Road, and we've been here for 17 years. We knew at some point in time, as our family passed on, that the land would be sold and developed. We just had no idea that it would be 76 homes next door to us. Blew the whole neighborhood away. We were totally shocked that that was going to happen.
Mr. Yearns has met with us twice. He has proposed a landscape buffer on our side of the line so that we can maintain it, and we're against that. We would like a fence. He asked us if we would sign a paper saying that we would not show up for the city council meeting and not be opposed to the proposed development as it is right now.
We're still opposing. We're not for it at all.
And again, we reassured him we were not against development. We were just against the density of the houses next door. One of the questions I asked Mr. Yearns and the realtor who was with us, and it was kind of a closing statement. I told him, I said, would you want this next to your house? And immediately they both said no.
Bob Dixon and Carol Kaminsky. We've lived in this home on Hackamore Road since June of 2017.
In this area, from Jessup Grove north to Pleasant Ridge Road, it is acre lots or more. And if you look on the zoning map, it's R3 and it's R40. I don't understand how having a development with 73 homes on 1/8 acre lots goes with the city's 2040 plan, which says they will enhance and protect the character of the area.
I think the question boils down to what makes sense for the further development of all of the property out here in northwest Greensboro. Somewheres in there, there's a happy medium for reasonable development.
My name's Anthony. This is my wife, Emily Leonard. We've lived here at 4942 Hackamore Road at the end of the street. We've lived here since July of 2022. We love this area. It's such a warm, inviting, rural feel area. We love all of the trees.
The forest, the chickens, the land.
Greensboro needs more houses. I absolutely agree. 41% of people want a more rural, more suburban feel to where they're living.
Yes.
We agree. That's in the comprehensive plan.
R7 zoning with these houses just crammed in right next door, it just doesn't fit. It doesn't fit. And we're in a Tier 3 watershed. We're close to the lake. We don't want potential runoff to affect the lake, algae bloom, affect people's wells. There's a lot of problems that could come from this that we're just not aware of yet. Emily Leonard, 4942 Hackamore. I just wanted to say real quick that there is no precedent anywhere in Greensboro for R7 in a watershed. If you look it up, nowhere is R7 density in a watershed. I feel like you don't know what you don't know. We don't want to look back on this. And
Thank you.
thank you.
Yes. Motion to move the public hearing by Mr. Matheny, seconded by Mrs. Abuzawader. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? That passes unanimously. Mr. Matheny?
Mr. Kirkman and Mr. Borchers. Mr. Kirkman, I'd like for you to speak, if you would, for our edification further on why you and the planning department felt that this did meet the 2040 comprehensive plan.
So I think one of the big priorities of the comprehensive plan is the diversity of housing stock throughout the community and creating a lot of different housing choices and opportunities. And so I think when we were analyzing this request, while it is different than the existing context in the area, it does make sense as another housing choice in the area. We do also agree that by going this way with the smaller lots, you actually do create better site flexibility to reduce the amount of impact related to the development. I was talking with Mr. Borchers, and he can speak to that as well, that the amount of built-upon area that is going to be allowed does not change between R3 or R7. It's still the same 30% a maximum built-upon area, but using the smaller lots allows more site flexibility, which does increase the ability to preserve trees and to better maintain the area. As noted earlier, the development itself doesn't trigger any kind of a traffic study, so it's pretty limited in terms of its traffic impact. And so I think those are the things that we looked at in terms of our support.
Mr. Borchers, could you speak to the significant questions about the water quality and the watershed barrier, please?
I certainly can. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. Mike Borchers, Water Resources Director. Just as my colleague said, when there is a development in a watershed critical area, the land development ordinance puts specific measures in place to do, as we've heard both sides talk about, to protect the watershed, protect the development that's adjacent, as well as downstream properties. One of the restrictions, of course, is the limitation in the amount of impervious area. And as you heard tonight, there is a maximum amount of impervious area that can be placed in a watershed critical area tier 3 land, and that restriction, of course, is a maximum of 30%. Also with the understanding that all of those properties would be connected to municipal water and sewer services. So that alleviates the concern of failing septic systems or any other impacts that could come from that. Now, as Mr. Kirkman said, how that is allocated, it's irregardless of the zoning, what zoning level it is. But it is up to the site development engineer to have a calculation and a determination to show us through the technical review planning process that they are not exceeding that allocation. As far as stormwater runoff, yes, that is a significant concern to our watershed, and one of the requirements that's required also is that any existing and proposed built-upon area be contained and treated in a state-approved stormwater control measure. In this case, they're recommending or proposing initially at least a stormwater control measure or a pond to be able to do that. And so those, of course, are meant to be able to make sure that any runoff that comes from storm events is detained to pre-development levels up to the 10-year storm event, but at the same time provide for nutrient management. So from that perspective, this is very similar to other development as far as making sure that we protect our watershed by meeting the watershed critical area requirements.
So as a water professional, you feel comfortable with the water quality and the watershed area and the barrier that was presented by Mr. Isaacson?
If they meet all of the requirements based on the land development ordinance, yes, it's my professional opinion that it would protect our water.
Which they have to do through the technical review process.
Correct.
I have more comments. I can defer. I can come back, whatever.
Item Mayor Pro Tem.
Let me just piggyback on this water. I was concerned when one of the residents said this is the only place where R7 would have would be in a watershed area.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, we would have to research that to see if there is any other R7 in a watershed critical area. So
I would appreciate that, knowing that. But if that's the case, let's assume that is the case. What are the precautions in a situation like this? What would be the actions or recommendations of your department in a situation like this?
As I mentioned previously, the site development engineer would have to go through the normal process for any development within the city. So they would have to put together, they've already gone through the sketch plan review process, so the next step would be for them to put together basically a site development plan. They would, of course, have to hire an engineer to do a survey, of course, of the property, but not just with that survey, would also look for, are there any streams or any other features, drainage features that would need to be protected from a buffer perspective, and then I'll bring that back to the technical review committee for all the departments that are part of it to review it. And we would look at it, of course, from the land development ordinance perspective to make sure it meets all of the requirements for development in a watershed critical area. So many checks in the process.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Mrs. Hoffman?
Yes, I would really just like to say that, I think this is a project that shows a great efficiency of the land and essentially is low density in an area of growth where we need choices in housing for the citizens of Greensboro. I consider Mr. Yearns, one of our most creative developers in the city of Greensboro. I've worked with him on other projects in the city. He's a fine planner and builder, and I'm confident that what is done in this area of the city will be comparable to the work that he's done throughout the city of Greensboro. So for that reason, I will be supporting this rezoning.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yeah, just a couple points to piggyback on what Mrs. Hoffman said. I understand the concern from the residents that you've heard that Mr. Yearns will not actually be building this himself. However, based on my experience, Mr. Yearns is going to be investing a tremendous amount of money in this area. So whether he builds them or whether someone builds them for him, it's still his development, and therefore I think it will be built to the same standards as other properties and other development opportunities that Mr. Yearns has done in our city. In addition, I understand the whole discussion regarding the protection of the watershed. I serve on the Jordan Lake One Water Commission, and one of the many things that I've learned while serving on this commission is one of the greatest things we can do to protect our watershed is to protect this tree stand. Looking at the economics of this property and this project, if this were to go to an R3 zoning instead of the R7, that would necessitate houses being built in the area of those trees so that, so that we would still make it make sense, economic sense. You would have bigger lots, therefore they would be forced to take down more of the trees. I think it's critical, therefore, that the fact that this tree stand will remain is a big positive for this project. As I said, what I've learned is that the tree stand is one of the best things we can do to protect the watershed. For that reason, I'll be voting in favor of this project.
Mrs. Buswaiter?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I understand the concern of the community. However, I do know that the entrance to this was totally changed in order to accommodate the fact that it would not be going on the road right in front of your developments or your homes. And knowing that I serve as council liaison to the Sustainability Commission, and knowing that, and I know Mr. Yearns has also served on that and currently serves as an ad hoc member, that our concern is and has been not only the sustainability, but the environmental impacts. And knowing that the R3 would take a large portion of the trees, as Mrs. Thurm stated, then that would be detrimental to the entire area. It will have city water and sewer, so it would not affect the well water there. I do realize impervious areas do have runoff, things like that, but as was stated, when they go through the TRC, they're going to have to address all that. So everything is addressed, and I also want to respect the vote of the Zoning Commission where it was unanimous. Not only the staff recommendation, but also the Zoning Commission. And I do know that each person on there takes their job very, very seriously. These are volunteers, but I know they go out and study the property, and they probably study quite a bit more than the time that we have to. So I also will be supporting this because, number one, we need the housing. Number two, it is in a growth area. And number three, I do believe that it is going to be something that is attractive and will not cause any harm to the people who are already living there. That would be my goal. So that I will be approving this. Thank you.
You know, I know that this is very difficult, facing the unknown and facing change, and change is difficult. But we are in a housing crisis, and using the word crisis is not an understatement. And this is something we need to build our way out of. We have lots of jobs coming in. We have families in our community who are growing. They got to have a place to live. I believe that this is a responsible builder based on his track record. So I know that it is difficult, and it's difficult to hear, but we have to look at the city as a whole. And the zonings that we've had lately are infill zonings. And we hear this all the time that, you know, we are okay with a rezoning, and we just don't want it quite that big. We hear it absolutely across the board. But we have to look at higher density in order to meet the housing needs of our people. You know, we talk about affordable housing, but it's really attainable housing. There are people at every single price point that are searching for houses. It's still a seller's market, and there are a lot of people who are looking for housing alternatives, and they're just not out there. You know, Greensboro, we are an urban center, and we're growing, and it is up to us to make sure that there is adequate housing. And so for that reason, I will be supporting this. Sharon, and then...
Well, I'll be brief. I think you answered most of my questions earlier this evening, but as you saw, we had a rezoning earlier that we asked to be continued because there was lack of community meeting engagement. And this has been a lot of community engagement meetings. Sometimes we don't all see eye to eye on everything, and I know the fear of the unknown, because what you don't know, and I get that. But you all have had the opportunity to talk and discuss, I think, and compromise be made, traffic-wise, you know, entrance to and exit from the street, as well as conserving trees, which is something we don't really have on the east side of Greensboro. We can hardly get a tree planted, much less conserve it. And so those are the types of developments that we are always looking for, more thoughtful, more considerate, more to help enhance and build within the community to improve our property values. And so I'll say it again, Mr. Isaacson and Will, we'd like to see more of this. And I say to those in the audience who are listening to come and develop in our communities, bring quality when you come. Don't bring inferiority, because that is what helps to keep our community down. So what I've seen tonight, I think, yes, the concern about the watershed and the water I hear, but we have a very good water department who will ensure that those things are followed, the guidelines are followed, all of our rules are followed. So with that being said, I too will be supporting this because I will be looking for the same development on the east side of town. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also will be in support of this application. I really appreciate the comments from Mr. Kirkman about the 2040 plan and Mr. Borchers about the watershed. And to the community, thank you for being engaged and keeping the feet to the fire of Mr. Yearns and his team to get the pieces of the puzzle that you have gotten with the R7 looking like an R3 and not having to disturb any other vegetation or trees and the like to help preserve the environment. As was said earlier, we are in a housing crisis. Density is something that we're going to need even more of. You're probably familiar that if we're not growing, then we're dying, which is an old phrase. And right now, without the additional or with the additional jobs that are coming into our community, with the additional folks that are coming into our community, whether it's Boom or Toyota or many others, we have to make sure that we're making room. Not that this is any consolation to you, but this is a situation that is going to be impacting all of Greensboro, where we literally are going to have to become more dense. And it's not necessarily something that that everyone likes, but when it comes down to it, in order for us to provide the services and to attract those employees and those businesses to our community, we have to make room for them, and this is a part of making room. Working and listening to the proposal by the applicant, he's had previous applications, and the quality is good and the services are good. So I'm looking forward to making this the best we possibly can for your community and also for all of Greensboro. So again, I am in support of this application.
So
If you don't mind, Mayor, just I'm not going to say what everybody else said. I'm actually going to come at this from a little bit different standpoint. You know, I set up here, I think it was the 2008 bonds that put forth at the time, $28 million to widen Horseshoe Creek Road. And if you look over the last 15 years or so, what's happened on Horseshoe Creek Road, this neighborhood has every right to be concerned. Now, I wouldn't say Hackamore Road necessarily should be concerned because the cul-de-sac backs up to the City of Greensboro. So those kids playing in the cul-de-sac, that's not going to change. The watershed in the back is not going to change. That's our lakes. So you're blessed to live on that street. I live in a neighborhood that has, you know, half-acre lots. We've got 5,000 feet lots behind us, which disturbed a lot of deer. I remember looking in my front yard one night, and there were like 8 deer in my front yard. And I live in the city, so it's kind of strange, but there were townhomes that are about 5 wide that were built in my neighborhood. So when somebody said mixed-use development, it's really mixed housing, which I live in, and it doesn't bother me. The fact that people move. Y'all are right near one of the best retirement communities, if you can get in the southeast, and you got other things growing. You're in a street near Horseshoe Creek that has numerous fantastic diversity of schools. You've got, you know, Prolific Park right there. You've got the Spears YMCA right there, which if you do want to talk about traffic, there's some traffic out there, which we okayed and supported a zoning on behalf of a group to help fix the entrance to the YMCA. So I will tell you that I have traveled this road numerous times. I have friends that live in Summerfield. I have friends that own farms right around the corner. And so the video coming down, I've driven that road many, many times. And so I look at this as a land use matter. I don't prefer to bring up the integrity of any developers. I look at this as land use. And in the land use capacity, whether we have a housing crisis or not, based on all those factors that I just stated of what's been going on since 2008, this area is going to continue to grow. Period. It's going to continue to grow. You have every right to fight every time it grows. In this case, I'm going to support this because I do believe in mixed housing stock. I do believe this area is going to grow. And so, you know, Madam Mayor, I would just make a motion to approve the item.
yeah, I had it up here, Matheny and Thurm. Okay. Sorry, Mary Kay. It's okay. Thank you.
I can't
Council, please vote. And this is for the annexation. The next item will require a statement of consistency.
Okay.
That passes 9-0.
The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to approve the original zoning request for the properties at 3849 Lewiston Road and a portion of 1908 ZZ Hackamore Road from County RS 40 to City CDR 7 to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 comprehensive plan, considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the...
So I have a motion. I need a second.
I was on a roll.
Second by Mr. Holston.
Go ahead. Do I have to read the whole thing over
No.
again? No. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan's future built form map and future land use map, the proposed city CDR7 zoning district as conditioned permits uses that fit the context of surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties, including the watershed.
Council, please vote.
Councilmember Hoffman.
And that passes 9-0. I'll tell you what, there's only one more rezoning. There are no speakers on it.
Let's get through it.
We will take H8 and H9 together. There are no speakers on this item. H8 is a public hearing for an ordinance annexing the property located at 3444 Randelman Road and a portion of Randelman Road right-of-way, 1.574 acres, Elrita L. Dickinson, Edwina L. Martin, and City of Greensboro. And H9, a public hearing for an ordinance for original zoning for 3444 Randelman Road and a portion of Randelman Road right-of-way, Elrita L. Dickinson, Edwina L. Martin, and the City of Greensboro. Mr. Kirkman,
Yes,
brief overview?
I will give very briefly, yes. Annexation and zoning, County RS 40, residential single family to City R3, residential single family. North, south, and west of this is zone County RS 40. East of this is County RS 30, residential single family, and City R3. This is an existing home on the property. North and south are also single family dwellings. East and west are single family dwellings and undeveloped land. This property is actually designated commercial on the future land use map of the comprehensive plan and urban general on the future built form map. It's a straight zoning with no conditions. We have concluded that this does support the policies of the comprehensive plan and would allow dwellings of a similar density and intensity to that which is in the area. We are recommending approval of the request. Planning and Zoning Commission did hear this item or these items on their February 19th meeting. They did motion and to approve the annexation and zoning of the requests. There were no speakers on the item. I can answer any questions.
So if I may ask a
Yes, ma'am.
question, since it sits on Randelman Road.
I'm ready.
I don't get to make motions, I get it. So is this just to get water sewer?
Yes, right. It's an existing house and they're trying to
Okay.
connect with city services.
That was my main concern. Even though the commercial piece of it will still remain, or we're going to put it all?
That's the land use designation for the larger Randelman Road corridor. That's what that is. But
Right.
This is an existing house. They're going to connect to services and remain an existing single-family residential use.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mike.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? I see it has been moved by Mr. Matheny and seconded.
No, I moved it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Her screen says it's the last one.
Okay. So who moved it? Mrs. Abuzawader, seconded by Dr. Wells. Council, please vote. And the next item will require a statement of consistency.
Move the item.
Councilmember Hightower.
Our screens aren't moving.
Would you like to vote verbally? Mine?
Do I need to read the statement of fact first?
Yes, you do.
Okay, the annexing just came up, and now we got to wait for the other thing. There's just too much of a delay.
That passed, Mayor.
Okay.
So-
9-0.
Now, if you'd read
Now.
the statement of consistency.
The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to approve the original zoning request for the property at 3444 Randelman Road and a portion of the Randelman Road right-of-way from County RS 40 residential single-family to City R3 residential single-family 3 to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 Comprehensive Plan, and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the Comprehensive Plan's future built form map and future land use map. The proposed City R3 zoning district permits uses that fit the context of surrounding areas and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. The request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Council, please vote.
It's not.
And that passes 9-0. We are going to take a 10-minute break before we go into the general business portion of our agenda. Excuse me?
On I-1, are there any speakers?
No, we have no speakers. From which one?
Okay.
business portion of our agenda, item I.1 is an ordinance to appropriate fund balance ad valorem tax and sales tax revenue for special tax districts funds, Fund 210.
Madam Clerk, I will not be voting on this item.
Do we have questions or a motion?
Move the item. Second.
Moved by Mrs. Busewader, seconded by Mrs. Thurm.
Councilmember Hightower.
And that passes 8-0 with one recusal.
Zach, is that because you're in a district like that?
Item I.2 is a resolution to approve contract number 12030 for the public safety SW upgrade in the amount of $3,536,641 with Intergraph Corporation.
Move the item.
That was moved by Mrs. Abuzawader, and I didn't catch who the second was. Mayor Pro Tem. And that passes 9-0. Item I.3 is a resolution approving bid in the amount of $14,389,340 and authorizing execution of contract 2018-51A with Atlantic Contracting Company, Inc. for the construction of the Davie Street Streetscape Project.
Move the item. Second.
Moved by Dr. Wells, seconded by Mrs. Abusawader.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yvonne?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
And that passes 9-0. Ordinance I.4, which is an ordinance to amend the War Memorial Coliseum Complex Fund in the amount of $6,519,000. I know what it's for, but I think it would be good if staff explained it for the general public.
Thank you, Mayor. So tonight we're asking council to appropriate revenues that the Coliseum is earning above and beyond the originally adopted budget so they can use those funds as part of their operating efforts.
So again, just to reiterate what you've said, it is money that they've made. It's giving them the opportunity to use it.
Memorial Commission, this is actually very good news in that there was a budget that was set, but because of the many, many varied activities of entertainment that are happening, they need more money to then be able to expense because of the activities. So this is really a sign of growth. It's a sign of activity, and it's very, very positive.
And again, this is money they've earned already.
Correct.
Yes.
Move the item.
Moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Dr. Wells. Council, please vote. And that passes 9-0. Item I-5 is a resolution to establish a transit investment policy.
Move the item.
Moved by Mrs. Hightower, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor Vaughn.
I'm pushing it. Record me as a yes. And that passes 9-0. Item I6 is a resolution supporting shared alignment of Guilford County, the City of Greensboro, the City of High Point, and regional transportation stakeholders in the promotion and development of transportation services for a more unified manner.
I moved it. I pressed the button.
It doesn't matter to me. Anybody can move it.
Who came up on the screen?
I6,
Probably.
Madam Mayor, can you confirm the motion for me?
It's probably all messed up.
excuse me?
Can you confirm who made the motion and second for me?
Well, it was moved and seconded. It was moved by Mrs. Abuzawader and seconded by Mrs. Thurm.
Well, I pressed the button home here, so I don't know what's happening to this equipment.
Council, please vote.
I don't think that's correct.
Councilmember Matheny?
And that passes 9-0. Item I.7 and I.8. I.7 is a resolution making certain findings and determinations, authorizing the filing of an application with the Local Government Commission and requesting the Local Government Commission to sell revenue bond application notes at a private sale in connection with the issuance of revenue bonds and revenue bond anticipation notes by the City of Greensboro, North Carolina. And item I-8, resolution making certain findings and determinations, authorizing the filing of an application with the Local Government Commission requesting the Local Government Commission to sell bonds at a private sale and approving the financing team in connection with the issuance of revenue bonds by the city. Maybe you could explain that a little bit, Mr. Davis, for the viewing public.
Well, two items tonight requesting authority to reach out to Local Government Commission to borrow money on behalf of the Water Resources Fund and their operations. The first item is what's referred to as a bond anticipation note. So this is short-term money that we issue now and replace later with a longer-term revenue bond. The second item is actually also a short-term anticipation note, which, if I'm reading correctly, will be converted to a longer-term bond in the future. So both of these are basically, we need permission from you to go to the Local Government Commission to get permission to do the borrowing. But both items are for water resources, capital projects needs. And I think Mike is here if you want more information on the projects themselves.
I think that's enough for me. Anybody else require more? Moved by Mrs. Hoffman, seconded by Mr. Holston. And then, once this comes up, we'll need a second motion. That passes 9-0. Now we need a motion for I-8. Moved by Mrs. Thurm.
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Abuzawader. And that passes 9-0. Our last item is item I-9, and this is a little unusual. We are appointing people to a commission so they can dissolve the commission, because right now there aren't. It is a commission that is in name only, and so in order for it to get dissolved, we have to appoint people to it. So I would like to appoint the following 3 individuals to the vacant Board of Director seats of the Greensboro Center City Corporation, GCCC, as follows. Chris Wilson, Interim City Manager, Marlene DeRuga, Finance Director, and Tony Baker, Chief Deputy City Attorney. The GCCC was first authorized by the City Council in the 1980s as a financing arm of the city to issue certificates of participation for city capital improvement projects. We no longer issue certificates of participation, and the limited obligation bond has taken its place in a more streamlined and less complex financing process. The GCCC has been inactive since July 1, 2019, and the GCCC account balances are zero. The purpose of the GCCC has been fulfilled, and there is no longer a need to continue this corporation. The reason for the appointment is to facilitate the required vote to dissolve the GCCC for certain administrative efficiencies.
Madam Mayor, I'm just asking this question. Why can't the council do that?
The bylaws of the GCC require that it be disbanded by the board. We don't have enough board members. So it's really a formality of appointing the board members. We have a 5-minute meeting, and then it's dissolved.
Okay, so who moved it? You moved it? All right, you moved it and Sharon's... You moved it, Sharon seconded. Yes. Council, please vote.
Madam Mayor, that would be a voice vote.
Voice vote? Mrs. Hoffman? Yes. Mrs. Thurm? Yes. Dr. Wells? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem? I'm a yes. Mrs. Abuzawader? Mr. and Mrs. Hightower? Yes. And that passes 9-0. That is the end of our printed agenda, I believe. Just double check. Yes. I do have a resolution, which I will...
The boards and commissions, I-9 is where you just disbanded
we'll
this
get to
board.
that.
So you haven't gotten to that yet? Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to read this resolution first.
Okay. All right.
Resolution appointing Chris Wilson as interim city manager, whereas former city manager Taiwo J. Oba has announced his resignation from city service effective March 5th, 2024. And whereas the City Council deems in the best interest of the city to appoint an interim city manager, whereas the City Council recognizes that Deputy City Manager Chris Wilson is qualified and willing to serve the City of Greensboro as interim city manager, now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Greensboro that effective March 5th, 2024, Chris Wilson is hereby appointed interim city manager of the City of Greensboro. Further, the mayor is authorized to enter into an employment agreement between the City of Greensboro and Chris Wilson, setting his salary at $240,000 with a monthly executive allowance of $1,000.
Move the item. Second.
Moved by Mrs. Abuzawader, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Is this recorded or voice? Council, please vote. And that passes 9-0. Now, boards and commissions.
Well, I technically have an appointment. I need to just make sure this process is correct. I have an individual on GC Jack who moved out of the city, and I can't reach her to get her to resign. So how do I officially make sure I remove her so that I can have another appointment to GC Jack?
You can make a motion to remove her.
Okay.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
what I want to do.
You can make a motion
Is
to remove her,
remove-
and once she moves
is-
out of the city, she is then ineligible to serve.
Correct, I know that, but I just need to make sure that it's done proper and with the right process. Okay, so I move to the motion to remove Camille Bess from the GC Jack, and then I'll appoint someone in her place.
Have we gotten normally I get an email that they recommend a replacement. I don't believe I've gotten that email yet.
You have not, because I've asked them to hold off until I could get in touch with her to get her to officially resign, but I've left her a couple of messages and have not heard back. And so I continue to get a couple of texts from one of the board members saying we need someone to replace her.
Well, and the board member is actually supposed to contact me as well, and I don't believe I've gotten that contact.
Well, you may, yeah, well, I don't even know who the chair is. I just continue to get a text from Commissioner, I think she's, I have to look, Cynthia Coleman, who's on the board at GC Jack. And she's the one that notified me that she was not coming. And then I think I heard from the clerk that she had moved, or someone notified, well, maybe it was Cynthia, notified me she'd moved.
Okay, so did we vote to remove her?
No, ma'am.
Well, regardless, she needs to be removed.
Right.
So we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? That passes 9-0.
And then I do have Patricia Wisniakowski from Glenwood, who I had initially asked about her being on that board, and she had agreed, but someone else got appointed before her, so she's kind of been waiting in the wings to that, to be referred
And so
to the
that's
board.
who is being appointed this evening?
Yes.
Second.
So that was moved by Mrs. Hightower, seconded by Mr. Holston. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? That passes 9-0. Mr. Holston, do you have any boards and commissions? Mr. Mazzini? Mrs. Abuzawader?
Not this evening.
I don't
Mayor
have
Pro Tem, Dr. Wells, Mrs. Thurm, and Mrs. Hoffman. Okay, no boards or appointments. Council comments, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I just wanted to share that I was at a function Saturday, and Hugh Holston won the Positive Men Making a Difference Award. It was a particular award. Hugh, which one was it? Pinnacle for Leadership, and the Rosa Foundation was the sponsor of this. And my cardiologist won, they had given one to my husband about a year ago, and that's a continuing one, and he won that one, Dr. Henry Smith. So it was a great affair, and I wanted to, again, congratulate you. And I don't think I have anything else, ma'am.
Okay. Mrs. Abuzawader?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of things. I think many of us were at the police graduation last week, and it was amazing to see that the recruiting class that graduated was double what the recruiting class was the time before. So very, very pleased and very happy that we did do those salary raises, because it seems that there's a lot of interest in Greensboro, and I do believe that the new recruiting class coming up will be even larger. That's what I'm certainly hoping for. So we bring the deficit of not having enough officers. Congratulations to Greensboro, and I know several of us knew about this, the Sports Tourism Award from the Sports Business Journal. I want to get that right. We were number 2 in the nation for sports tourism, and I serve on the sports... Without a major sports team, yes.
And that's still huge.
Oh, it is huge. And I'm very honored to represent council on the Sports Foundation. And, you know, one of our goals and strategies was to make Greensboro a place for youth sports and sports tourism and all of those things. So I am personally very excited about this. So we just want to give kudos to everyone involved. I know Richard Beard, I know the Visitors and Conventions Bureau, and of course staff. You are always to be commended for what you do to bring everything forward and, you know, have good playing fields and all of that. So thank you. And I think that's about it. I may think of something later, but I think that's it for now. Oh, name dropper. I learned from the best.
Mr. Holston?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have a couple of things. First, back on March 11th, I had the opportunity to participate with the Chamber of Commerce at the ribbon cutting for SSCI. It is a cybersecurity IT network organization that is relocating to the old LabCorp building on 8540. The exciting thing about that is that SSCI is owned by an Aggie, in North Carolina A&T Aggie. This is their second location. They have a location in just outside of D.C. and in Virginia. And the really exciting news is that they're looking to hire between 200 and 300 people between now and the next 18 months in the cybersecurity area. It is an awesome organization. Latanja Font is the proprietor, and we're hoping to do some more things with her, not only with the city, but also with the county. And so really excited about SSCI and their ribbon cutting. Also with the police department graduation, the 115th, just a little side story there. I was here at MMOB several months ago and bumped into two individuals who were kind of walking through the building. As it turned out, they were some of the pre-hires for that very same class. So Roy and Maggie, congratulations on your graduation. Really, really proud of you. Seeing you just here, we actually broke into here, took some pictures during their pre-hire, took them back into the back chambers. Just really excited about that. And also, while we were there, I saw another young man who I've known for a couple of years, several years, who is going to be in the very next class. And so things are looking really, really good. The work that GPD has done, the work that council has done is really attracting folks just as we thought and felt that it would. So it's been very, very successful. Also, I do want to thank the Rosa Foundation, James and Tebony, for the wonderful honor, the Pinnacle Award at the event just this past Saturday. I was awarded the Pinnacle Award, as I said, along with Hank Smith and Jermaine Kusar and James Benton. It was a wonderful event, but even more special is the work that the Rosa Foundation does in our community. They touch all different areas, whether it's the Latin festivals, the coat drive, the food drives. They do so much for our community, and we really do appreciate the work that they do. And then last but not least, I do want to send out, as I'm sure we all have, our condolences to the NC Works family for the family of Jennifer Stokes, who we lost on March 15th, and not only to Jennifer's family, but also to the NC Works family. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mrs. Hightower?
So I want to bring up one item. At last meeting, we adjourned so quickly that I don't know if people heard my announcement about the Cross-Max route. That is now the first cross-town route that goes from east to west. And I just wanted to reiterate that has been implemented and done as the beginning. Some people called me and said we adjourned, and so quickly they felt it was very rude that no one really could hear that announcement. So I wanted to just cover that. Also, my condolences to Dr. Danielle Harrison and the Guilford Works Department on the loss of Jennifer Stokes, because I know that tragically it hit them. I know death is always expected, but you don't want it. So, but the way that it came was really very tragic and quite unexpected for them, and so they're dealing with that. And we'll keep the family of Ms. Stokes and the workforce family in my thoughts and prayers. Thirdly, I want to say something tonight. As you know, something occurred a few weeks ago, and I just want to say this out loud because it's on my heart and it's in my soul. And so in 2013, I ran for this office, this seat, because I wanted things to be better in my community. And I have worked as hard as I know how to accomplish that. Because I think our community deserves the very, very, very best that they can get. And when I joined council, I was asked to take an oath. And I was asked how I wanted to take that oath. And I took that oath on my Christian daddy's Bible. I don't take that lightly, to put my hand on something that is sacred. And so the words that I said were, I, Sharon Hightower, do solemnly and sincerely affirm that I will support the Constitution and bylaws and laws of the United States, that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the state of North Carolina and to the constitutional powers and authorities which are or may be established for the government thereof, that I will endeavor to support, maintain, and defend the Constitution and laws of said state, not inconsistent with the Constitution of the United States, to the best of my knowledge and ability, and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of my office as a member of the City Council of the City of Greensboro. So help me God. And so when I took that, I meant it. And I think it's a standard that we all have to live by. And I feel like if I have to live by it, so should we all live by that. And I want people to know that I take it seriously, and that I will continue to always uphold that. It's sometimes the way we have to uphold it maybe doesn't present the way people think, but we have to stand by that. There are laws that we have to follow. And I don't want to intentionally or unintentionally break that law. I want to make sure that I maintain the trust in the constituents who voted for me and in the citizens of Greensboro, that when I stand there with my daughter holding my daddy's Bible with my hand on it, that what I say here, I mean forever. Do I always agree? No, I don't. But I will try my best never. Am I perfect? No. But I will try my best to never step outside of that willfully. And I just need for individuals to know that. And so for me to forge a path forward, I have to say this, because I'm in a bad place, ladies and gentlemen. I am. A concern for my community that I have that I don't think people even understand. And I have to look on the bright side of things. And it's been some dark days lately. And I will say again, so help me God, that I will do all I can to make the quality of life better for individuals who live in this city, but particularly for those that I represent with all my heart. And I just need to let you know that. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I hear and feel Ms. Hightower, because the way we came, it was because we were really fighting for our communities. And we fought over in East Greensboro, in Northeast Greensboro, and I stood at that place till 12 o'clock at night fighting for my community. So we have a little bit of a burden, because we saw some things coming, and it looks like it's going to be a bit delayed. But we continue, and I take the oath seriously, too. The things that we accomplished together and talk about, and I think our hearts are in the right place. So I hope we will continue, and I was a little bit upset because I thought that some of the confidentiality that I thought should have been kept in closed session, and when I saw things in the newspaper, I was really upset when I heard things. And but I guess I'd have to say all is known and all is forgiven. But we will move forward. But it does affect you when things just seem to go against your own values and what you believe and what you would like to see happen. But that's where we are. But I'm blessed to serve District 2, and I'm so proud. On last Thursday, Councilwoman Hoffman and Councilman Hugh Holston and I went over to A&T, and the Chancellor's Committee was telling us all the wonderful things that are going on at North Carolina A&T, and it's the largest HBCU in the country. They are trying to get R1 certification. They have 11 doctoral programs going. So it's a lot going on. And then I think yesterday or the day before, there's a partnership with Cone Health that's going to serve people in East Greensboro. So that's a bright spot. And on Friday, we went on a tour of the Toyota plant, and they were raving about the success they'd had in this community. 50% of their hirees are coming from Guilford County, and they said it had zero problems with hiring. And they can get a person in 4 hours. They can tell you whether you qualify, and they really have different exercises for them to do. It was interesting, very interesting. And I'm proud of the fact that we are growing economically, and there's so much. Once I said years ago, I said, we have to decide whether we're going to be a big town or if we're going to really be a city. And I think we're on our way to being that mid-sized city that we want Greensboro to be. So, okay, I think that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Matheny.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't usually say many things at night because I'm ready to go home to my kids, but they're asleep, so I'll take a minute. I do rush out of here at night. I am ready to get home to my kids, my mom, who's watching them. You know, Sharon, when you're speaking, I felt it, because I remember in 2007 standing there with my grandfather's Bible with the notes that he had had in it for 50 years. My mother holding it. And then later, another term, my wife, who held the Bible for me, who has since passed. And then subsequently, my children came along. And the last time I was elected, it was just me and my kids. And, you know, that's not something you take lightly. And when you think about that, you think about the time that we spend up here as a group. And people see some things on television, but they don't know what we do. And they don't know the phone calls that we get, the emails that we get. But I know one thing. I know that my children know where I'm at. And my children believe that the time I spend away from them, that I could be with them, but I'm here with you, is in the best interest of this entire community. And I make jokes sometimes, and I have been known to be a little quick-tempered at times. I admit that. Sharon, I'm not perfect either. But there was something, I was at the Women to Women lunch last Thursday. The speaker, very interesting speaker, Mary Kay was there, I'm sure some others. She went from homeless to Harvard. But one of the things she said that has resonated with me and my staff at downtown is no matter what you say or how you act, there is an effect that represents. And that effect could be positive and it could be negative, but no matter what it is, there's an effect. And Sharon, what you just told me was, without telling me, was some of the times that I want to get out of here, I'm thinking about myself, and I'm not thinking about your community. And my rush to make a motion to adjourn is not respectful for what you were trying to tell your constituents. And I apologize. And so as we have had, quite frankly, in my 20-plus years of doing this, one of the challenging times the last few weeks or whatever, we do have to have a path to move forward. We do have to see the brighter side of life. And we do have a great staff that, quite frankly, needs our support more than they've ever needed it. And quite frankly, we need each other's support and trust like we've never needed it before. And so I apologize to you for that. And don't be scared to call me out. Goldie's never been scared to call me out. But I'm here because my heart and my mind, the last 20-some years, and my professional life is dedicated to the city of Greensboro. And I don't want to let them down. I don't want to let y'all down. I don't want to let our staff down. And I don't want to let my kids down in the future. So that's my commitment to y'all and this council and our staff and the community, and let's moving forward.
Thank you. Mrs. Hoffman?
Thank you. You know, I know that all 9 of us always want the best for this city and for every citizen in the city and for every community. And I think we've been successful, certainly over the last decade or so, of helping, you know, being a part of putting us on a very successful track that I think is you know, beneficial to every citizen in this city. I know when I was elected in 2011, you know, I represent District 4, but I've also always felt that I represented the entire city as well, and that it was my obligation to always try and make the best decision for you know, whatever we were being asked to do or to consider or to vote on. So I've always felt that way. You know, I'll just make one other comment. You know, I think it's frustrating sometimes, I'm sure, to our citizens when we have to do work in a closed session because of confidentiality. You know, it might be an economic development project that we're being asked to consider. It might be a personnel-related function, but you know, there are some fairly strict parameters about do's and don'ts in terms of what we hear, what we listen to, and what action, if any, we need to take in those sessions. So I just thought it was perhaps important to kind of just say that. Again, as I said, I think it's sometimes frustrating to feel that you maybe can't know everything, but it's also important sometimes, and we have an obligation to maintain, you know, confidentiality in a number of settings. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mrs. Thurm?
I would just like to start by saying and reminding folks that we have the State of the City tomorrow evening, 4:30 to 6?
4 to 6.
4 to 6. Tomorrow. Tomorrow.
It's a good thing you reminded her.
I'm glad I reminded you. My, how time flies. And you know, I think the 9 of us on council have our own little family group here. And sometimes family disagrees, and sometimes family have disagreements. But I think every one of the 9 of us is committed to making Greensboro the best city it can be. And I think I'll leave it there. Thank you.
You need to add something?
But I did want to mention, and Zach made me think of it, but the Women to Women luncheon with Liz Murray, speaking about homeless to Harvard, that wasn't all she went through. She was also a drug addict. So it was her whole family, it was generational. And she was able to break that cycle. So one reason I mention that is I had the pleasure, while everybody was going to Toyota, which I really wanted to go, but I'd already committed to this, I went with Commissioner Kay Cashin to the Daymark Center, where hopefully in the future the county will be putting a facility there for women who are recovering, because many times they are left out of that recovery cycle. So it was fascinating to hear all of the stakeholders that are involved. And she called upon me because of my work with the Family Justice Center, and she had been with me on that too. And it's kind of the same idea of a one-stop shop for women and pregnant women and women with families who can be in one location to get all of the services they need. So I just wanted to say I'm very excited about that. And of course, condolences to the family of Jennifer Stokes. I also wanted to mention that you may have many Muslim friends who are, celebrating the month of Ramadan, where it is a time to be compassionate to others, to reflect on your faith, and to be kind. Of course, you know that they do fast from sunup to sundown. But it is a time to look within yourself. And it kind of made me think of that because of the comments that were made this evening that, I think if we all look within ourselves, we will find the person we want to be. And by saying that, I mean that, as has been said, everyone up here is very dedicated to their position and wants to make the city of Greensboro be the best it can be. And yes, we are going to have differences, but I personally, and I know that everyone else up here too, appreciates the work that our employees do. And I just want them to know from me that when you hear that there are disagreements or this or that or the other, that has nothing to do with your performance. We value every single employee in this system, in this city. And, maybe we don't say it enough. But if it weren't for the employees, this city would not run. And I know Sharon's brought it up with, when it was field ops, the trash getting picked up, or, the parks that everyone enjoys, or, anything going on in the city, our police, our fire department, who help with the ISO 1 rating keep our home insurance rates down. So, it really takes all of us in this big wheel. And I guess the biggest thing is, and I've been guilty too of we've had those little spats at times, but I think deep down we all do respect each other for what each person brings to the table. So I'll leave it at that, but I enjoy working with everyone, and it's been a stressful couple of weeks. I'm not going to deny that, and a lot of it has been some stress that I don't think at times I deserved, but, I took it because I did something a certain way. So, I'm just wanting to say that I think we can move forward and that we are all on the same page about wanting to bring this city forward. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Tammy, thank you for mentioning the state of the city tomorrow. We each have a role in that, talking about all of the great things that are happening in the city. We certainly have our challenges, but we also have great momentum. Sharon, you've mentioned that you're concerned that you're going to lose that momentum. I don't think you will, because it is something that we all have wanted for so long. I've been on council a long time, came back after the recession, and it seemed like things were never cutting our way, no matter what we did or as hard as we tried. But we stuck to the plan, and it was water and sewer and roads, and that we knew eventually these investments were going to pay off. Quite frankly, I got tired of hearing what was going on in Durham and what was going on over here. When was it going to be our turn? And these last 2 years, we have had great announcements. And, one of the best things I think we did as a city during the COVID, instead of doing the intra-city visit, we did the intercity visit. And maybe we need to do that more often to remind ourselves of what the assets are throughout our entire city, and that we need to continue investing in those assets. I know that Dr. Wells wants me to ask Mr. Mason how the cross route is doing, so be ready. I'm not ready for you yet, but I know she'd like to hear about that. So, I think with the team that we have and our leadership, we're going to continue moving forward. And you certainly have my commitment. I mean, none of us have easy jobs up here. We do it because we love it. And, we all are serving a constituency. And, sometimes maybe it's good just to clear the air and we all come together. And, certainly that is my commitment. I've always been fully committed to this city, and that means every part of this city. We are only as strong as its weakest link, and that's why we have to give special attention to places that need it. Regretfully, we've had another tough year when it comes to homicides, and I think we have to focus that head on. Out of the 10 homicides that we had as of a couple weeks ago, 4 of them were due to nightclubs. I tried to jumpstart that conversation a couple years ago. I was concerned about after COVID, and as things opened up and people wanted to get out, that we might be in a position like this. I think that is a conversation that we need to jumpstart. Last time we heard a lot that maybe there were issues with promoters, and one of the first things I would like to do is bring promoters together, tell them what our problems are, but ask them to come with solutions. We're all going to have to be part of the solution. When we look at the numbers, that is something that we can definitely focus on and make an impact. There was an awful shooting. I think it was shooting into an occupied dwelling last night, or was it the night before, where there were 70 some odd casings that were picked up. I don't know what is going on in this city, in this country, when it comes to this gun culture. Dr. Irish Spencer and I were talking about Martin Luther King has that Day Without Violence, and which is normally, I think, on April 4th. It was in honor of his birthday that there was this Day Without Violence. And we were going to try to get something together by the 6th, which would be that Saturday. We've invited High Point in the county to join us. I don't know if we can pull it together that quickly. It might have to be a week or so later. But we want all of council, and what we want is the whole city to be involved. We have these wonderful organizations that step up every time. Well, we need to see new faces. A few meetings ago, I inartfully said, "Where is the outrage?" But I want to know right now, where is the outrage in our community? And as a community, I would like us to come together and figure out what is it that we can do to make sure that our citizens and our children are safe. So I hope that that is something that we can all come together on. I don't want to be a complete downer. It was nice to look at the newspaper this morning and see some good news, to see the story about being second in the country for sports with a city that does not have a major league team. That is really huge. It goes on to the conversation that we had about Guilford County being number 5 in the state when it comes to people visiting us. They're visiting us, they're spending their money because of sports. And there was also another good announcement, I think, yesterday. And Zach, I'm a little surprised you did an announcement. And well, you know, what I'll do is I'll save you that. But that out of the city of Greensboro downtown was rated number 23 in the country for a booming downtown, and they have metrics that they base that on. And it was good to be involved in a list with really big cities, medium cities, and smaller cities. But we are making our mark. We're not going to let this slip. So I'm going to close by asking Mr. Mason if you want to just give us a really brief update. And it's probably a little unfair because I know you've just started that route. And it is the purple route. And I'm sure you picked purple for Mayor Pro Tem.
It's the right route.
It's the right route.
For the CrossMax Purple, for the first week of service, we actually offered free service for the first 7 days. So with our ridership, we saw an increase on Route 1 of over 200% for the first week. And that has a lot to do with it being free for the first week. So the next time council meets, I will be able to come back with some true numbers where our customers have started paying fares. But what we saw with the increased ridership, folks are enjoying the 15-minute frequency of service on CrossMax. So again, Madam Mayor mentioned last council meeting about looking at another crosstown route. We are looking at another crosstown route, looking at a north-south route with connectivity at the depot. So we are looking at some out-of-the-box things for mass transit. And also, I hope the Hopper Trolley had something to do with us being number 23 on that list. So I will come back with some more up-to-date numbers through working with the city manager to get that information to you soon. Like I said, the first week, free service, great numbers. I'll know something by Thursday where we were last week when it was for our first paid week of service. So I'll get something to you all.
So I just want to say thank you, Mr. Mason, for helping us and the help that you had to implement that. But I also want us to realize that CrossMax Purple is funded with a 3-year grant.
Yes.
So we need to make sure that we are finding funding sources to continue this crosstown route, because I think it's important that people do get where they're going fairly quickly. And I think you're going to see more and more people ride, because you're right, they won't have to ride for long. So that's the important piece. But we want to make sure we start to have a sustainable plan in place. So when those 3 years, because they'll pass quickly.
Yes, they will.
That we'll be able to continue, because the worst thing in the world to do is dangle something in front of people and then snatch it away.
Right.
And we've experienced that a lot. So,
yes, ma'am.
Quick question, if I may. I received comments from some residents that some of the bus shelters along that route have been taken away.
Yes.
Thank you. I understand from the city manager that those are coming back. They're just coming back as different shelters.
Yes.
Do you have any timetable for when those shelters will be reappearing?
I know there was one particular shelter.
There's one in particular.
Over by the Walmart.
Yes.
That particular shelter is going to be replaced. But what's happening right now, we're actually putting an ADA accessible stop at that location and extending the sidewalk out to the traffic signal there. Because the sidewalk does not reach the traffic signal. So once that's all complete, they're already doing work on it now as we speak. So once that's complete, the new bus shelter and benches will be put in place. So
Thank you so much. Do we have a guesstimate of time on that?
I'm not sure how, I know that they started laying the concrete today. I saw it out there.
Okay.
So depending how long that takes, and it'll probably take us another week or so with the bus stop pad and actual shelter and bench that's going to go in that place.
So we think probably within a month that should be,
Less
hopefully.
than that. I'm pushing it because I know I pass by that location on a daily basis, so I want to make sure folks have a place to sit, and it's a shelter there because it's always been a shelter. But
Right.
we want to make sure it's a nice, newer shelter with the pad. So,
Thank you so much.
yes, ma'am.